welcome back to another episode of YouTube with Genre Plays. All right, I have to throw the corny intro there. This is another unscheduled stream, and today I figured I'd teach people my method. I'm gonna teach you my way of drifting. And it was really hard for me to even try to explain this, so I figured I'd break it down step by step, and I teach you how this is done, like how I do it, how I started, how I think, I don't know, anyone could start, learning to drift, right? These are like the basic steps of drifting. Now, I'm not going to get into tunings. That's completely different. Anyone can tune their car however they want. Once you basically understand how to tune your car and what your car has to do in order to get into a drift, then you'll understand how to tune your car the best way. And this is just straight up drift. So I'm picking 3 different stock cars, and this is the 3 levels of drifting. So you're going to be learning what the power slide is, what I'm always talking about. That's my main style of drifting, is going into a power slide, then turning that power slide into a drift, then controlling the drift. You don't actually, once you understand the steps by steps that I'm going to be breaking down and talking about, then it's going to be more clear what I'm talking about. So, okay. The first car you can pick is a Siberia. This one is going to teach you how to power slide. You don't really need to, but since I'm breaking it down step by step, I might as well go from, the first step, which is basically the power slide. So we're going to just practice this real quick. I'm going to go open a room. I'm going to create a room. And I'm going to teach you exactly what I'm talking about when I say power slide, right? So if you know what a power slide is, you won't even need this first part, because you'll basically understand what I'm talking about when I say go into a power slide. So that's basically putting the car in the stance to drift. And I'm probably gonna have to make a separate video, like with just these 3 steps, so people can understand. So, all right, the main point of the power slide is just to go as fast as you can into a turn and then brake, and you just release the acceleration and you go into a power slide. So we're going fast, we slowly brake, power slide. That's it. That's all you're gonna learn here. And this is the perfect car to do it with, because this car, basically this is all the car can do anyway. So see, let's stop, I'm into a power slide. That's it. That's the most simple basic thing that you can do with any car. But the beauty of this is, since this is a stock car, you're going to be able to do it right away. So you practice this step. This is the first step to the drift, the power slide. That's it, right? Now we're going to go into the second step, which the second one, the car can already drift, and this is going to be I think it's the Warden in class. I think this was a class 3. The Warden is a class 4. And you got to remember, all these cars are stock. So there's no power, there's no tuning to them, there's nothing. It's just straight out the box. This is how they come. Right? The Warden, right? Stock. Nothing new here, just straight up out the box, right? Now, what's good about this car is perfectly balanced to just drift on its own already. Like it's got that perfect blend of power and traction behind it, but it's not that powerful. It's powerful enough to kind of barely get you into a drift where you can start controlling the drift. And here at this point, the car's so nice that you don't even have to go into a power slide. Like, the car will just get into a drift. Now, what's good with this car is going to teach you when to lay off throttle. That's the best thing to do with this car. So you're going to turn, lay off, sink into it, and then you can brake, let it go back into it, turn, let it go back into it. And that's what this car is going to teach you. So it's going to teach you when to let go of the throttle, when to go apply it, when to like release. This is what this car is going to teach you. Brake, put on the throttle, let it go, control it again. That's it. So once you get good with this, the next car, I'm going to just do this as quick as I can. This is why I want to make a separate video. Once you, get drifting a little bit with this car, the next car is going to teach you all three things together. So it's going to teach you that you have to go into a power slide, you have to control your throttling, and then you're going to practice control, which that's the main thing of a drift. And this one is powerful, so this one you will spin out if you're applying the acceleration wrong. This is why I want to teach with this car. So the next car is going to be the Voodoo. This car is already like strong in the way it's built. It's just strong. This car, if you don't know how to drift and you pick this car stock, this is the best car to learn how to drift with. Just stock. Like, you don't even have to tune it. You don't have to do anything to it. So what this car is going to teach is going to teach you all three things. So it's going to teach you, you need to release acceleration. You need to go into the power stance. You don't even have to do it, but it's the way I'm breaking it down is just so you can understand it. So, and you should be able to put this on gear 3 or 2. It just doesn't matter. This thing will just drift. And see, if I hold the acceleration, that's going to happen. I'm going to spin out because that's how strong this car is. So this is what I'm saying. This car is going to be the perfect teacher to teach you how to release, when to release and when to put it back and control your drift. So that's what you're going to learn with this car. It's just control. It's all three things. And once, I'm probably going to make a lobby, and whoever wants to join the lobby, you can join with this car and pick stock, because it's already ready to drift. Like, this car is, you should be able to drift with this car. And that's why I left this car. All these cars are stock. They're not. There's no tune, so nobody can say, "Oh, you need this to." No, a lot of I don't mean to be mean, but a lot of the people that are on YouTube that talk about you need this, you need that to drift, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Because one, they're talking about realistic settings, which this game is not realistic. According to this game, if you put the wheels high and you put your suspension high, your car's going to be the fastest in the world. That's not how realism works. Another thing is, most of the people that are trying to teach you how to drift, they don't even know how to drift, because they're drifting with assistance on, which when you drift with assistance, look how the car auto corrects your counter steering. A car doesn't do that in real life. A car is not going to perfectly counter steer when you turn. That's not going to happen. So, to all the, fake drifting channels out there, they should learn mechanics first before they try to teach people. And that's what I'm teaching here, mechanics. I'm just basically talking about the mechanics of the game itself. I'm not talking about you need this to set this up, you need to set this up because it's realistic, it's standard. No, none of that bull. I'm just basically trying to teach you my method of drifting. And it works. You can see it. There's nothing fake about it. I'm drifting a stock car. Like, what's so hard about that? So if you want to learn to drift for real, drift this car. Now, if I was to take the assistance off on this car, this is real drifting, by the way, here, which you have to kind of set a car for it, which that's what I'm doing right now. I'm actually trying to set one car just to start getting back into the no sister drift, because this thing, it's hard as hell to do when you take the assistance off, because no longer the throttle is not going to be controlled. Everything is controlled by you, 100% you. And the counter steering, which is the most important thing to drifting, you have to control that counter steering. It's not going to counter steer for you. The car's going to, you see like how I'm turning and the car's not turning the opposite way? That's because the assist is off. The assist is doing that. This is what people don't get. They think it's Ackerman. Ackerman is just the way your car turns. See? You see how I'm turning? I'm counter steering now? Look. I'm doing the counter steering. So don't buy into the whole, oh, you need Ackerman. Ackerman is just a shorting, from getting from A to B. That's all it is. So basically it benefits people that are using controllers. That's what Ackerman is really for. If you're on a keyboard, if you're on a controller, you shouldn't be using Ackerman. What you should concentrate is on your gear. Your gears are going to be where you want to go, because your gear is going to determine what the car is going to do. The power is going to give you the power to grip the car in order to go into a drift anyway. It's going to give it the power to do that. That's why I'm one of the only people that you'll see drifting a car in first gear. Like, I understand that principle. Like, you don't need to even switch gears if you don't want to. So today, this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to probably make a lobby and drift with this car. Of course, I'm probably going to be drifting with my own cars. And then later down the road, I'll probably make videos as to tune your car the right way. So you can even drift in first gear if you want. It doesn't really matter. But this is what I wanted to do today. Just break this down and just show people the basics of how to, even begin to do it if you're stuck. And you got to remember, whatever you're using is going to affect your control. So if you're using a wheel, you most likely want to put Ackerman, because you don't want to turn a wheel, the whole, you don't want to turn a whole wheel around. You don't want to do that. So that's why you're shorting your Ackerman. It's not about angle. It kind of pisses me off when people say, oh, Ackerman gives you more angle. It doesn't. It actually shortens your angle. The only thing that it does, it makes you reach the point of the angle faster. That's it. People got to get their facts right. I don't understand why they, or maybe they're listening to somebody else. I don't know. But that's the mechanics of the game. That's how it works. That's why, okay, I'm going to show you proof, because I like showing people proof of this. It's not just me talking, So I'm going to show you, like, the actual proof of this. It's just, you can see it. Unless you're blind and you can't see, but you're going to be able to see this. Now let me pick a car that's kind of that has good angle in itself. That car's horrible. I'm trying to find a car that I set up that was just beautiful to drift with. Okay, I think it was the Bandit. Now look at these settings. First of all, this. Okay, according to most YouTubers that say they know how to drift and everything, this car is undriftable, right? Look at the angle of the car. Look at the wheel of the car. Just look at it, right? And now I'm going to apply Ackerman. Look what happens when I apply Ackerman. Now, all I did was shorten the time that I get into that angle. That doesn't mean it gives me more angle, because you can see this is more angle here. You could just see it. You can see the big difference. Okay, that's the big difference. That's what Ackerman actually does. It shortens the time to reach that angle. It gives you, so like I said, if you're driving on a wheel, you're going to want Ackerman, because you don't want to turn the wheel all the way around just to reach a certain point of Ackerman. If you're on a controller, you kind of don't want to do that, because if you're doing that, by doing that, you're making it really hard on yourself on a controller or keyboard or whatever you're using. You're not actually turning, you're just tapping. So that's how you see people that use a lot of Ackerman. You'll hear the little tapping of the controller, because it's unnecessary. You don't need to do that. If you use no Ackerman, your controller is going to be, you're going to actually gradually turn into your turns. You're not going to be tapping the controller. You're going to gradually turn into them. The main thing you got to do to get into the drift, even at, with the first gear, which I'm going to show you right now. This car, it was built for that. So I could drift with the first gear. It's going to slowly start, and boom, there goes the power. That's enough power for me to drift right there. And this car is strong enough to the point where I could spin out. It is, I mean, on first gear. That's because I know what I'm talking about. I know how I'm setting up my car, and I want, what I want the car to do. And I could just drift in first gear. And that's it. Now there's different things about like setting up a car to, depending what you want it to do, whether you want it to give you a lot of points, whether it depends what are you trying to achieve with the car itself. So that's a whole different story. That's a whole different thing to get into. I'm talking about mechanics of the game. Like, you got to learn the mechanics of the game. Once you learn the mechanics of the game, you'll be able to tune the car to do whatever the hell you want it to do. So that's why all my tunes are different. This is why I play with all settings of the car. Each car that I use, they're set different. They're not even all set up the same, because I want it to do different things. And that's just it. That people gotta understand that. Like, I don't understand why like people were like set to one particular thing, and then you could ask them, oh, drifting and without assistance, they can't. They can't even drift without the assistance on. So I'm gonna go into, this is one of the most recent cars that I've built, and I love this car. This car, it drifts easy. It hits the max angle I can hit on it, and I have to be careful when I'm hitting that max angle because it'll spin out. But I put what I call like an angle lock on it, but it can still spin out. And the way I set up the wheels, they're nice and thick. So it's gonna slide, it's gonna grip, and it's gonna give me a lot of points. This is why I've been using this car a lot, and I'm trying to learn to get better with this car, because this car just wrecks when it comes to like points. But I've seen you can make them even better. Like, if you tune it for just points, you can make the car crazy, like powerful. So let me just go into, just gonna drift a little bit. I like drifting Cammy Road, so let me go into Cammy Road. Let's go into, I'm trying to find a nice kind of like full room, but it's too early for people to be honest. So here we go. Happy Drift. Let's go into Happy Drift. And then once, if someone comes in that sees the video in the title and they want to learn how to drift, then I'll basically explain to them to get a Voodoo, and basically we'll go into a track and the car is gonna be stock, and I'll see how they can drift. And I always forget to wait a minute, because when you go into a new game, like, all the cars got to load up, so you get all this lag when you come in. That might not even happen for PC. I don't know. I don't know how it would work on PC, since everything could load much faster. That might not even be an issue on PC. And I didn't check again. I never checked to see if there's collision in the room. I just like went into it. Let's see. Okay, no, there's no collision. Which is good on this map, because people come up and down, and you have like a very narrow space where you're gonna hit someone if you're turning right into them. There's no avoiding them. Like I said, I'm gonna make a separate video on what I touched on in the beginning of this episode, and that's so anybody that wants to really learn, they could just watch it over and over, practice that, and you're gonna be a beast. Because it has nothing to do with tuning. It has nothing to do with the way your car's. That doesn't matter. You know, like when you're trying to drift, what matters is technique, how you're drifting, how you're applying the acceleration, the turning. None of the acronym, none of that stuff. I just proved it to you. It that means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. I'm talking about mechanics of the game. So if you could drift a stock car, you're gonna be able to drift a tune car. I mean, I just showed you how to drift a stock car, and that you can drift a stock car. So I don't know if I'm gonna make that today or maybe tomorrow. Make the video and then just I'll name it carX how to drift or something like that, and that's it. And you can rewatch that and learn how to drift, like how to implement the techniques to drift. And it's basically my technique. There's no right way. There's so many different techniques. There's so many ways to learn how to drift that it's kind of crazy. Like the way that people drift through life is you really do apply brakes when you're drifting. Like you have to. Not many people have the money to gear up a car and to that rev, like where it's going to be that powerful. That's just, it's going to drift on its own, And if you do, then you can definitely use the techniques I'm teaching you, because the car is going to be that strong where you just go into the drift because the car is just that powerful. And you don't have to position yourself into a drift, into basically a power slide, which then you're going to turn into a drift, and then you control the drift. With a powerful car, it's just going to drift. You could floor the acceleration is just going to. The only thing you have to practice from then on is the control. It's controlling so that you don't give it too much acceleration where you're gonna spin out. And I think that's one of the hardest part, other than the fact of counter steering, which, like I said, when you're using, when you're driving with the assist, look how my counter steering is automatically put. Look at that. This is not me doing any of this. I'm just controlling the left to right. That's it. And a lot of drifting channels, they don't want to hear that because they know that's the truth. It has nothing to do with acronym. Like, oh, you got to put your acronym. No, you're already cheating by driving with assist. You're already cheating. So what does it matter what else you set on the car? If you're not even really controlling the car, I don't care what your settings are. Because if you turn all the settings off in the car and you put assistance on, you're going to realize that all those settings mean nothing, because the car is just going to control itself 100%. So the counter steering, that doesn't exist no more once you turn off the assist. The way you control your throttle doesn't exist, because, again, you're going to be controlling that. Even the speed on which the car goes is more realistic. And this is one of the most, I would say, arcadish drifting games that I've played, because on more realistic simulators like let's say iRace.com or whatever, or even a Subtle Corsa, you can't adjust the parameters like this, like how you can in this game, like ridiculous, where you can change the wheels to giant monster truck size and do that, which I love this game because of that, because it gives you the freedom to explore and mess around and goof around and do all these things. But that's not realistic at all, especially if you go back to the settings and you go back to your engine and you realize that, oh wow, if I make the wheels bigger, my speed, my 0 to whatever, it gets higher. That's not that's not realistic. So when people talk about realistic settings on this game, I just laugh, because all you really got to understand is the mechanics of this game, and that's it. It has nothing to do with realistic. You're already going against what realism is, because this car, the game itself is not set to realism. The mechanics itself shows you that when you're setting up the cars. It just, you can see it. If that was the case, monster trucks would be the fastest cars in the world according to this game. those would be the fastest cars on the earth, monster trucks. So, So I'll go back to the stock car. I'm gonna make a room, or maybe come into this room with a stock car and just drift with it. And that's like one of the best cars. I didn't test every single car because I don't have too many cars that are like stock. I only had those few because I didn't never like like tune them or did anything with them. So that's why those three cars are not really tuned. But I'm pretty sure any of the class 5 cars are powerful enough to where you should be able to drift them stock. You should be able to drift these cars stock because they should be strong enough to do it. I didn't test every single one of them, but I'm pretty sure that's how it would work. So I'm gonna go right back into one of these rooms. And we're just gonna drift a stock car. That's it. And like I said, this is gonna teach you how to apply all three things and then control, which that's what you really want. It's gonna be interesting because I never brought this car out to drift. So let's see how this car. Let me wait for the glitchiness to stop. And this is what this car is going to teach you. If you use too much acceleration, it's going to spin out on you because it's really strong. This car is really strong by itself. Just stop. Like it's crazy. I don't know how this car would actually perform in real life if it is this way. Like if this car is this way in real life, like where you could just straight up drift with it, that's nuts. Look at this. Just one mistake of the throttle and that's it, you're spinning out. And remember, it's stock, so there's no, oh, you need to do this, you need to, no, this is how the car comes. There's no changing this. This is just straight up 100% stock. And it's crazy to handle this car stock like this. So see, according to like all the fake drifters, I like to call them fake, you shouldn't be able to drift this car because it's not tuned. You're seeing me do it. Because it just proves that if a car has enough power, you'll be able to drift with it. That's just it. It won't be the best drift, but you'll be able to drift with this car. And with a little time with this car, if I actually just practice with this car, I'll be getting really good with it. Because you'll just adjust to how the car performs after a while, and you'll just get so used to it. Yeah, look how strong this car is. Just I'm trying to get it to stay at a certain angle, and it's just so strong that it overpowers. So this is, even with the assist and everything on, you still have to control your acceleration, how much you put into it, because it'll spin you out. This is why I like this car for teaching how to drift. Is it just, it'll punish you if you're doing it wrong. Then the power, you have to keep it in third gear, because the third gear is like the best gear. I tried to switch it to fourth, but the car is just not strong enough to even keep it at that gear. Look at that, that's just nuts. Even trying to control it while it's in the middle of the drift it's crazy. So I'm gonna attempt to get used to this car, because it's just, the way that it is crazy to drive with this. But the fact that I'm doing it while it's stock is even crazier. Look at this. This is nuts. I'm trying to, I should check out if I should brake. Let me see. If I brake and this thing is strong enough to keep going while I brake, if it could keep the drift going, if it's strong enough like this. See, because it's, if you make that mistake of holding the throttle, it's just gonna keep going. It's just gonna go and just slide. So look. So that's what I'm saying. This is one of the best stock cars to try to learn how to drift, because it's gonna drift on its own, but you put too much power behind it, it's gonna spin you out. It's crazy. I wouldn't even be able to keep up with these dudes, because I'm gonna see. There's no way though. There's no way this stock car. If it does, this car is amazing. Come on, guys. Check this, the power of a stock car. Let's see. I just gotta watch out myself with the throttling on this car. Nah, no way I could keep up with two cars. They're like slowly but surely leaving me. Oh man, just the slightest mess up will spin you out with this car. And you know what? This is another thing. I don't see much people using this car, even tuned. I just realized that there's not that many people using this car, like a tune build for this car. That I haven't seen anyone actually use this car actually. So this would be the best one, like if you're just starting out the game and you could afford to buy this, like you're saving up for a car, instead of wasting the money for you could actually get the Warden too. Those are two stock cars that could just drift. This one and the Warden could drift really nice. But this one is it's just like built for it. It's overpowered. That's why it'll spin out, even with its stock. So I can't say this is the best stock car that you can start off with drifting, because I didn't test all of them, and I probably wouldn't want to, because if there was a way for me to save my settings and go back to it, I would. But that would mean if I do set up all my cars, my five at stock, just to see which one is the best car to drift with, you know, at a level 5, yeah, I'm just gonna have to I'm gonna have to spend hours trying to reset all the cars that and it does take long because I set them. I don't just 1, 2, 3. All these cars are having the same setting. I set all of them very different. Yeah, this is kind of crazy that the stock car's keeping up with these guys too. I mean, they're still leaving me in the dust, but it's impressive that this car could still keep up a little bit behind them. Like they could have just been left me. And this is it's just it to me. It's still crazy enough how strong this car is stock. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make the how to drift video so you can see the 3 steps by step, and then I'm probably gonna try to tune this car, and it's gonna be crazy because it already shows that it's strong as hell. So I'm interested to know how it would be tuned. Like this car's already a monster. And honestly, you probably wouldn't even have to change much. You could change like the wheels and things like that. Of course, the engine is going to give you more power anyway, so that alone is going to just make the car way stronger. And there it is. The power of this car is crazy. Now I know the points are not up there. Look at that. Look how long it's taken me to, you know, get that many points. I went up. This is like, I think, what, my second, maybe my second time going up, I think. And with my other car, if this had a tune, you would probably do this on the first time. If you don't mess up, you could get those points going down, just going down the hill. Because I average about like around 50 if I'm doing okay, like, man, with the other car, that the muscle car that I got. And if I'm really doing good, I'll hit like 70 or 60. So yeah, you got to give this car a shot, just stock, just so if you're having problems with your car, it could be a tuning thing. Like maybe you overpowered your car to the point where the slightest touch of acceleration is just gonna make it spin out. Because if that's the thing, if you can drift this car, but then you can't drift your, fully tuned car, then yeah, you tuned something wrong then. Because this car has no tuning, no nothing. This is just pure stock. So you should be able to drift this car with no problem. So I'm gonna go back to my normal drifting, which is the new car, the new muscle car I built, and I love the way I set up that car. And again, I could go into any room, and I promise you, you will not see no one drift on first gear. You just don't see that. And that's just a big difference of knowing the mechanics of the game with trying to fight what's real, what's not. I'm not here to prove what's real and what's not. I'm here to just show you what you can do with the game and the mechanics, that the parameters that the game allows you to change, and the way you can. That's the whole point of this game, that you can set your car up however you want. That's the magic of this game. That's why I like this game. You can't do this. I don't think there's any other game that I've seen that you can do this. This is probably it. This is the only game that I've seen that you can set up a car like this. So I'm gonna go and just spectate everybody, just so you can see. I guarantee you, no one's drifting on first gear. I don't know what that guy was doing. I have no idea what he was doing. I think he's either the net's so bad, or he's doing a weird AFK thing. I don't know. This guy looks like he's setting up for the AFK drift. Or maybe he's doing donuts. I don't know. But most people, that's how they do the AFK thing. Let's see. Let's just see right now. Who's making points? This guy's drifting. Who else is drifting? Obviously, he's not drifting. He's getting drift points. This guy's trying to drift. I have no idea what that person's doing. This guy. So there's only a few people. The rest are like kind of either not there or AFK drifting. All right. And this is why I love this car, man. Ever since I hooked this car up, it's damn near perfect for what I wanted to do. And I used all three techniques. Where see, I'm letting go of the acceleration, and I try not to apply brake while I'm drifting. Even when I know I messed up, I don't even apply the brake. Like, you're gonna, once you learn how to drift, you're gonna know when you took a turn wrong. You're just gonna know, because you're gonna rush right into the wall. You're gonna just bang the crap out of the wall. See right here? I already know before. I could save it by just applying brake, just tapping the brake, and then, recontrolling, assembling myself to the same speed, but I don't. It's just like a way of me knowing that I made mistakes, so I just crash into it. But you could correct it just by, applying brakes. That's it. That's why they're there. I have this weird thing where I make it a point not to use brakes. Right there, messed up. Right there, messed up. And it teaches me how to control the car. That's why I don't use the brakes. It just, further teaches you how to, whip the car to where you want the right line that you got to take. So that's another thing you can practice for control. Look, I messed up. Is practicing your no braking drift. So don't brake at all. Just use, whip the car around. Use a lot of flicks and then maintain the speed. And you'll get to the point where you won't even use the brake. The only time you're gonna use a brake is if you're tandeming with people and you really have to judge the speed and the gear and everything like that while you're tandeming with someone, because that's when you're really gonna need it, because that's the art of tandeming. You're trying to keep up the same pace with somebody and the same speed and everything, and maintain the angle. That's another thing. And like I said, this is just the mechanics of the game. I'm just playing with the mechanics of the game, so it's not a real life thing. I wouldn't even know how to deal with this in real life. Like with a car with this power behind it, with a motor like this, with like that'd just be insane. I wouldn't have the money to have a car like. I wouldn't have the money for a standard car, just the standard version, a stock, let alone a tuned version of this car. So I'm not really applying realistic physics to a game that doesn't, it gets a little close, but like I said, this is the most arcadish drifting game I've ever played. Apart from like the real beginnings of, I think my first actual drift game was Juice. I think it was called Juice. And in that game it was so sick because you were able to, like, you can make your car, and then if you went online, you can drift with people with their cars, and you can actually race with pink slips. So that would mean that you would race for their car. Like, you got to own their car. So if you were really good, you could go around and be like, oh, I challenge you to a pink slip race, and you would own their car. You would just take their car. One of the coolest by far concepts of drifting, like, how they would kind of be in the real world if someone was betting their car off, like, even how that's how they did the I think the first movie of Fast and Furious. They were racing for pink slips, and that's what Juice had in it. And that's another weird thing, a weird name for a drift game, Juice. But that was it. If you look up that game Juice, you were able to do that. You were able to drift. They had like drift courses too, and that was the main thing about that game. You build up your career, your street status. How good you were at drifting, and then when you got to the online part, when you're versing people, you would actually challenge them for their car or lose your car. That's how crazy that game was. So imagine, you spend hours tuning a car, you pay for it, you grinded, the levels for it, and then, you're like, you feel so confident, you're like, I'm gonna beat this person. Let's do it. Pink slip race. And then you lose your car. You have to regrind. Like, okay, this game, when it first came out, the cars were ridiculously expensive. Even the body kits would, I think, cost like $5 million sometimes, $3 million, compared to what, like, dramatic changes that they did now. I'm pretty sure, I gotta check my old videos, but in my I would say the first carX video, I don't even know if I even showed it though. That's the thing. But you could see the prices on like how ridiculous it used to be when this game first came out, to compare to now that anybody could buy a car, and then everybody figured out that you buy the links and you can do the West Coast Arena every 10-15 seconds, you get $500,000. So that alone. And then of course everybody figured out the AFK drifting now. I don't know how long that's been around, that AFK drifting thing where you just do a donut, set it up, and leave it. And I'm guessing the only reason people are doing that is not even for the money. It's for the XP, because the XP in this game is kind of ridiculous. You know, right now I think for level 27, because I'm level 26 now, I think I need like 2 million and something. And you got to think about it. Even when I do, like, let's say I stay in here for till I get a mil, that's probably only gonna add up to like 10,000 XP points. And then when you're AFK drifting for some real, I don't know what's the reason. If it's just because you're doing one big drift for a while and you're just leaving it there, it somehow the game calculates that as more XP. I still don't know how that works, but I know how much XP I'm gonna get around. You know, I could ballpark like, okay, right now I have 100,000, so that's about 1,000. So look, I'm gonna leave 1,000, almost 2,000. So I was actually drifting really good on that run, because I almost got double that. So normally if you get around 2,000, you're gonna get, you know, 2,000. When you reach 200,000 score, you're gonna have like around 2,000. That's how I ballpark the point. So I know already if I'm using this one car and I get to a mil, I'm gonna have, you know, 10,000 or a little over 10,000. And that's a lot. That's a lot of drifting for little experience. So you got to keep in mind, doing all this is crazy. But look at this. Look how beautiful this car is. Even with the lag with me first coming in here. So the way that the idea for this car, the reason I built this car was I wanted it to drift on first gear, and I wanted it to make me points, and I wanted to be able to, like, I wanted this to be an all-around drift car. That's how I wanted to, like, make this car. That's what I wanted for this car. I felt like that it was strong enough to be able to do everything I wanted it to do. And you can set every car to do this. It's gonna take a long time. Tweaking it, you know, changing the profiles of the tires, the width of the tires, all that stuff matters. You know, the wheel pressure, all that stuff matters. Like when you're really getting into the tuning, all that stuff matters. That's why I have like tunes that if I drift them now, they're gonna be so weird to me. Like I'm gonna be like, what the hell was I doing with this car? And I don't want to change them because I was doing a particular thing with the car. Like I was trying to achieve something with the car, and then I did it and I left it like that. But because this car is so natural to drift now, this car is it feels good to drift this car. Now I try to set every car like this, and it just doesn't work. Like I set one car, which I think is the new RX-7, and it's at 90 adhesive, and the thing's got, it feels like it has 120 adhesive the way I set it up. It's so grippy, it's crazy. And I didn't want to touch it because I was like, damn, like, is this what it, you know, like this is what I was trying to do. I was trying to make a 90s feel like 120, and I left it alone. I just like, I gotta relearn how to drift that car. And that's the car that you see on the thumbnail, the red and black with this crest with the moon and the wheel, the tree. I mean, I probably should have put this car in the thumbnail since you know, this is one of the main cars that I'm using now. You see what I'm saying? Even me messing up, I got 50,000 coming down the hill. And if I do really good, like I said, if I do really good, like if I'm really focused and I'm really paying attention, I could get close to 60, 70. Right now, I'm just drifting for the hell of it. I'm just basically just getting points, just chilling. I should turn on my music. My nephew told me, when are you gonna make new beats? I haven't made any new tracks in a while. I have to start though. I have to sit down and make some new music. That way, when I do drift, you guys could hear new stuff. You don't have to hear the same beats over and over and over. And yeah, I could go to any other, like I could go to I guess a site or whatever the hell where they have royalty free beats and stuff like that, but I don't want to. I would rather like show off my stuff and I enjoy my stuff, and it's gonna motivate me to sit down and make new beats too. Just, you know, the push of having different things to show off and different genres of music too, like, you know. Because this channel is just me chilling, playing video games. It's not about focusing on one game. Like I said before, there's no way I could do that. I'm straight up like ADD with this shit. Like I'll get so bored of playing one game over and over. But you'll see the majority of the time me playing this game. I love drifting games. I like I said, I think the first drifting game was not actually Juice. I think the first time I ever found myself drifting was Gran Turismo. I don't know what Gran Turismo, but it was definitely a Gran Turismo game. And the first ever for PlayStation that I remember, PlayStation 1 I believe, was this game called Ridge Racer. That game was just crazy back then. That game, I think that's what got me into drifting was Ridge Racer. When I saw like how easy it was, because you were able to drift in that game so easily. I didn't even know what drifting was back then. I had no idea that's what it was called or anything. It was just cool to do. Like I was like, oh man, this is sick. I like the way the cars move in this game. And that was stupid arcadish. Like if you look up Ridge Racer, like the first one, PlayStation 1, that's the most arcadish racing game you're gonna find. Would I consider this a sim racing game? I don't think so. Not this game. This game falls under, it's really close, but it falls under, the arcadish to me, because you can't really, it's not really realistic. That's what I'm saying. It's nice. I love it. I love that you could drift. I love that you could, change the parameters of the way the cars work, but the physics are not realistic. I know they're trying to get there with this game, and I hope they do. But the more realistic they put the physics to this game, the less options you're gonna have for your car settings, because then they're gonna cross the boundaries between, okay, we're doing arcadish things, or we're gonna focus on realistic things, and then if you're focusing on realistic, they're gonna cut off all the fakeness. They're gonna cut off all the fake stuff you could do to the car, which is make the wheels bigger, like set ridiculous, suspension, dampering, all that stuff. They're gonna cut all that stuff out because that's just not realistic. That's why it kills me when people talk about realism in this game. Like, stop it. It's fun. I love this game, but it's far from like realistic. Even if you look up real life racers, like real actual live racers that are playing sims, look at the sim games they're playing. This is not even a mention. Not even this game is fun to, they wouldn't even touch this. This is nowhere near realistic. And I forgot the name of the real racer that compared. He actually has, he's a Formula One racer, and he's actually using real cars. And I think he was using the iRace.com one and Assetto Corsa. He was playing those two games, and he was comparing side by side his real car to the virtual reality. He had it set up to a virtual reality rig and everything, and that was just sick to watch somebody that really does it, that really races, and that made their car according to like how their car is in real life. And damn, that's just nuts, man. That was nuts to see. And he said it too. He's like, you can definitely tell it's fake, but you could get lost in the virtual side of it, because once you're playing with virtual reality, you can look around and it feels more real. You don't have to focus on the like how I say, when you're in this cockpit, driving like this, where you don't see your car, but you have to focus on the line on the road. You see the line on the road, so I'm focusing on the line on the road to keep me, basically I know where I'm going because of this line, and that's what's keeping me kind of drifting. But I have no way of knowing the limits of the car, like the actual the dimensions of the car. If I'm gonna hit something, how close am I getting? That's just gonna come with practice, and that's how you practice this. You look at your opposite, right in front of me. I'm looking at the line right in front of me, this line, and that's gonna basically tell me, where I'm going, and that's how you do it. That's how you would, drive the car in a cockpit. Just straight up follow the line. And I'm guessing in virtual reality, VR is just, you're looking, you can turn your head and you can just tell, you can just see. And I remember when I was younger, I remember telling my aunt, like, how do you drive so fast at night? Because my aunt, she still does to this day. She drives really fast at night. And me, when I actually got behind the wheel, when I started driving, I was like afraid to, especially over there in PR where you're driving around like this, like mountainsides. One wrong move, the railing is not going to save your life. You're going to break through the railing and just go straight through a mountain. So I wouldn't dare drive as fast as, driving comes with real experience, but I wouldn't drive as fast as she would at night. And then she told me, that's what she told me. She's like, you see the lines, if the the road allows it, if it's because realistically there's potholes, there's all kinds of stuff when you're really driving. But the road itself, if it's decent enough where you can see the road lines, you follow that. And that's how she basically told me, you don't really have to really pay attention in front of you. The trick is to look at that line, but look straight. The way she explained it was so, I understood it once she explained it that way. Because to me it was always bugged out. I was like, how the hell are you driving this fast at night? I'd be so afraid. I would drive like maybe 15 or 20 miles an hour while she'd be doing 50 to 60, and I'd be like, hell no, I'm not doing that. But it wasn't her racing. It's just that she just, I don't know. Some people they're just like born drivers, man. It's anywhere else you would do that. I guess countrysides, where it's just nothing but roads, and you basically have nothing close to you around you. You get used to that. You get used to that kind of fast driving. It's not like living in a city where you can't be driving that fast because there's people running across the street. There's cars everywhere. I guess different environments really do make different drivers. I'm gonna look at India, which is nuts. The way those people drive with no lights, like no traffic lights, and that is crazy to me. But anyway, I'm just talking. You can look all this stuff up, and you can see what I'm talking about. I guess I should do this today. I should do, and if I do, I want to apologize in advance because I'll probably be using my PlayStation headset. So it's gonna, the audio is not gonna be perfect. It's gonna be kind of maybe noisy. I'll turn off my AC since I'm doing a how to drift video, and I'll show you step by step and the car that you need to use in the beginning to learn the power slide. And then boom, once you graduate from the power slide, you use the other car, the Warden, to actually, that's when you begin drifting. And once you gain the concept of that, then you move into the Voodoo, which is the Viper basically, and then that one's just naturally it's gonna teach you all three: control, when to let go, the acceleration, everything. It's just, that car is, like I said, it's one of the best cars right now to learn how to drift. And that's another thing too to practice. Let me get out of here too. I've always been doing that since the beginning. To try to stay in one lane. You can practice that too. Stay in one lane, and that is going to teach you control of your car. So East Toge is perfect. It has, you know, two sides to it. And I think in one of my first, I think in the first Drifting Thursday, I think I talked about that. I talked about the real difference between, you know, fake drifting and real drifting. And like I said, you want the real, you want to really drift, you take off that assistance. You don't need it. You know, if you're talking about real drifting, but if you're gonna use the assistance, something that's gonna turn your car for you, it's going to counter steer for you, you're not drifting for real. You're just not. This is nothing. You know, it's in the word counter steering. How am I drifting? Okay, how am I turning the car left, but my car is turning the opposite way? And that's another thing that people don't get too when they're trying to set the car up for like realistic realism. They don't get why when they're drifting, you know, the force feedback is weird and their car is turning the opposite way because you have the assistant on. The assistant is doing this for you. But anyway, let's stay on one lane. Let's practice staying on one lane. And what this teaches you is control of the car. And when you're tuning a car, try to tune the car to the point where you can control it, like damn near 100%. It's still gonna take some practice to like stay on one lane perfectly. And this is, I like this track out of all the other tracks because it has like nice turns and it has points where so you have to speed up, you have to stop, you have to slow down. But you could actually do all this without ever braking. That's how good you'll get good to that point where you'll be able to do all this with just, you know, turning, releasing, you know, on and off the acceleration, release. Basically what I showed you in the beginning of the video, this is what you're gonna learn. So you want to get to this point of control where you're just on one lane, you're controlling the car, and you learn the actual speed that you need to stay on that one lane. And yeah, when you go to a new course, it's kind of like you're gonna have to know the course too. See, there I never used the brakes. That was all just turning, releasing, and that takes time to like learn because you're actually trying to learn the track. See, I failed right there, but I'm not using any brakes. And at first, I would say use the brakes just to get familiar with the car. But if you really want to learn it, don't use the brakes. Just do all this without the brakes. And it might take you a little while. It might take you retuning your car because your car is either sliding out too much. And like I said, all that matters is the wheel pressure, your wheels profile, all that stuff matters. All that. And again, I'm not talking a realistic setting. Get that out of your head. This is nothing. You want to play a real game where realistic setting matters? This is not it. Don't play this game. This is not. You know, you're not gonna get on this game and learn how to drive a real car. It's just like I said, the physics are not the same. They're not even close. This gives you a good idea, but I wouldn't try it. You don't get that real feeling of the G-force when you're turning. Your body's not being forced to one side, or you know, it's totally different, man. It's just, this is the cheap alternative version. This is the version that's gonna save you gas money, that's gonna save you wheel money, that's gonna save you, boom, you crash the car, oh crap, how am I gonna repair it? That's what this is gonna do, but it's nowhere near realistic. And you know, the real simulator car games, they're gonna be more expensive, and you really have to get into a wheel. Like, you're not gonna be driving a real car with a controller. So this is just how I practice on like cars. I'm gonna bring a different car. This is the car that you see on the thumbnail. This is probably gonna be way harder to do on that car because it's, like I said, they have completely different setups. It's a whole different complete setup. Like, it's, I never set two cars the same. You won't see that. So this is the actual car you see in the thumbnail. And you can tell right away. I'm just going to show you the difference really quick. Look at the wheels. The wheels are damn near paper thin compared to this. Look at this. Look at my wheels on this car. So there's a big difference to everything I do. This car, what I was going for, if you go here, look, I'm going to show you. The it's set to 90, okay? So it's supposed to be super slippery, but because of the way I have this car set up, it's not. It's really grippy. It's really weird the way I set this car up. And every time I use it, I have to like relearn how to drift this particular car because it's so different. All right, so let me go back into, I'll go back into anything. It doesn't really matter. Let's see, let's go into this one. And you're gonna see how different drifting this car, how well I do compared to drifting the muscle car you just saw. And how it actually does matter how you set your car up. Like this one, I don't think I've ever set this one to drift in first gear. I don't remember if I did. Let me see if I could drift this one first gear. Okay, I guess you can. I could drift this car in first gear. But I think I would normally drift this car in fifth gear. All right, so I'm gonna attempt to do what I was doing with the other muscle car. This guy's gotta move. I gotta move this guy. At least into the dirt here. Because he's gonna mess me up. That should be fine right there. I'm gonna push him a little more to the side. Alright, that should be fine. I should be able to go around this dude. Alright, so let me get into and practice. I'm gonna practice with no brakes too. Just like I did the other one. And I see already this car is so different from the other one. Like I said, I gotta like relearn how to use this car. Oh man. Damn. He's gonna mess me up. Either way, I should have moved him to the side. See, this one doesn't feel as natural as the, maybe because I've been drifting with the other car way longer now since I built it, but this one doesn't, it like this one feels really weird compared to the other one. Like they're night and day, both of those cars. Yeah, I really have to sit down and relearn how to drift this. And there's a lot of cars that I like. They, I'm telling you, they're just not set up the same way. They're all set up different. And I don't know what the idea was behind this car. What I was going for that one. Maybe throttle control. Maybe I really was trying to drift this car for real. Like, so I took the assistant off, and that's what I was going for that one. I can't remember why I changed that one. And then this car, this is the car you see. I think this is the car. Let me see now. This is another car. It's got a weird name too. This is a BMW car. This is the car you see on Drifting Thursdays. This is the one that I usually, and I'm changing up the way I set this car up too. I want this car to kind of drift like the muscle car, but I'm having a hard time getting it to. Oh wait, I'm going into a 90s. I don't want to go to the 90s. I'm not using a 90s. So I kind of want to respect people's rooms, like their settings or whatever, because they'll be able to tell too. Like if you've been drifting in this game for a while, you'll be able to tell if you're drifting on 90s compared to someone that's drifting on 120. So this one is hard because I'm going against the way this car should be set up. I'm trying to set this one up kind of like the muscle car, and it's just not working out. But it kind of does work out. So this one I'm setting up to drift on first gear. And I should have waited because it's got to load everybody up, right? See, but this one, you see what I'm talking about? This one feels more natural than the one I was just using. So this one's not going to take me that long to adjust compared to the one I'm guessing that's what I was going for. I'm guessing I was trying to drive with no assistant. I turned the assistant off on the other car, and I was able to drift that one. Because this one is not, it's a little weirder, but it's more familiar compared to the red car. I should have really picked the one with no collision in it. And I should have checked the adhesive on this car if it was 190. I know it's not 120. So most likely I left it standard. I left it on 100. So I'm just trying to stay on this side of the road. I'm trying to practice control right now. And these guys are all in my way. Oh, and they're right behind me. They're trying to do the same thing. Let me see. Let me follow one of them. Let me see. Go ahead. Let me see if that's what they're doing. If they're trying to stay in the same lane. Okay, that guy lost control. This guy lost control. I think they're trying, but they can't. I don't know. Oh, he's one of my subs. What's up? I just noticed his name. That's why. What's up, man? That dude's on a keyboard. Okay, so I don't even know how hard that is, man. I'm still amazed that you're able to drift while you're on a keyboard. See the other dude, this guy in front of me is trying the same thing, but he has no control of his car. Look how he comes out of it. He straight up comes off of the line. And bro, I am actually when you asked me yesterday for advice of drifting, I'm gonna make a video just for you, man. I'm gonna make a short tutorial. I'm gonna teach you my way of drifting and my technique, and you're gonna learn that. I'm probably gonna work on that either today or tomorrow. And it's gonna be a quick, short video of what you need to practice, even whether you're on the keyboard, whether you're on a wheel, whether you're on a controller. It doesn't matter what you're on, because I'm just basically gonna be teaching you technique. And I completely failed that one. And my bad, I didn't have the, hold up. There we go, bro. I apologize, everybody. This was an unscheduled stream, so I didn't even put the speech to text. That's why I'm like, I apologize for ignoring everybody, bro. That's like the last thing I want to do. It's just I didn't even expect to stream today. Like, not at this time. I usually stream at 9 p.m. Eastern time. So like I'm actually looking at my chat now. There was people hitting me up and I didn't even realize that. I apologize for that. And that's the whole reason I got the speech to text, because I didn't want to ignore nobody. So today I'm actually teaching people how to drift. So if you want to learn how to drift, bro, let's get out of this room. I don't know if you have the money enough to buy the get yourself the voodoo stock. Just leave it stock. Don't even prepare it. Just buy it and use it stock. And that's gonna be your first level for drifting, for learning how to drift the right way. Because that car is actually strong enough to drift with it just plain in stock. Yeah, this game is sick, bro. They got this game on everything. They got it on PC, they got it on the Switch, they got it on the PlayStation, Xbox. It's everywhere. Okay, so I'm gonna use the Voodoo stock. This is what you want. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you have the money enough to buy this car, and just all you're doing is buying the car. You're leaving it stock. And I'll make a room right now, and then you could join this room, and then you could practice with this car. You can practice drifting with this car. So let's go to. We can leave it on parking lot A, and then I'll just put the password. And I didn't put the. I didn't put the password, but here we go. Hold up. I'll make it back again. Don't worry about it. I don't think anybody's gonna really join this game, but for you to be able to find the room faster, I'll put a password on it. All right. I'm new to I'm kind of still getting used to the whole streaming thing, man. I'm new to stream. I'm a new when it comes to the whole streaming.
Underscore PH said HAHAHAHA.
All right, let me make a room with the password. All right, so here we go. This is a stock car. Stock car. I'm gonna leave the password on so you can see it, and then you could join and then pick this car and just leave it stock, and you should be able to drift this car the way I'm gonna drift it. There's gonna be no difference, no setups. There's no setups at all. It's just a stock car. And I have to stop doing that. This is the reason I had the speech thing, because there was on my, I think it was my first drift video. There were a lot of people commenting. They're like, "Do you not look at your chat?" I got a lot of those, and I felt bad. I was like, "Damn." But the way I have the setup is weird. I have my computer screen towards the left of me, so I'm not even looking at it. And then I have my TV because there's no delay on my TV. That's why I use my TV. All right, if you want to join up with this, you can. And we're just gonna drift a like just a stock car. So I'm gonna check out how you drift it. Oh, you went with your car, okay. Go ahead, drift for a little bit. I'm gonna watch you drift for a little bit. And I know your connection, man. I know your connection is everywhere, so. See, it looks cool, but it doesn't look natural. Like, that's why I was saying pick the Voodoo and just try to drift with this on third gear, because it's not set up, so it's just stock. I have it stock. And not only is this gonna look like a real drift, like it's gonna look like how it's supposed to look, but it's gonna teach you how to drift. If I hold on to the acceleration, this car is so strong with it just being stock that it's gonna spin out. So this car is gonna teach you acceleration control. It's gonna teach you control. It's gonna teach you everything. How to get into the power slide. You know, using a power slide. And that's basically what you want to learn when you're drifting. Look, I completely messed that one up. I was trying to go into a big wide power slide turn and I couldn't do it. It's tough to drift this stock car, but at the same time, once you drift this car, once you learn how to drift this stock car, you'll be able to drift any car you have. It's kind of rough. I haven't practiced with this car too. I just started today because this is the closest car that you can use that's gonna actually drift with it being stock. And it's hard to get used to this. But one of the main reasons for this, for drifting this car, is you don't have to worry about tunes. It's not even about the way you tune your car. It's just technique. What are you using to drift? How are you drifting? And that's the main reason for using this car. It's just you won't have to focus on a tune. Like, oh, I don't have my car tuned like yours, and no, this has no tune. So you see like how realistic this one looks? Like just because it's stock and you have to use a technique to drift this car. Like if I hold the acceleration and try to turn left, I'm just gonna spin out. You can't do that. That's why I'm telling you this car is perfect for teaching everything, teaching control, teaching power slide. See, I go into a power slide and then I try to control it. That's exactly what I'm doing. Power slide and then gradually hitting the acceleration to keep my, the drift going. That's it. That's all I want to do. And that was all power slide there. I wasn't even using acceleration. Look, I let it go. And then gradually I use acceleration. And that's it. So if you really want to learn how to drift, start using this car and use it stock and you'll be fine when you start tuning your car. It's still kind of hard to control this though. You really do got to get used to this car to even drift it. So that's it. That's the car. That's just use the voodoo. Look, I'm gonna show you again that it's like fully stock. That's nothing.
JF_PH said, I am sorry I AF'd a while.
It's all good. It's all good. Don't worry about it, man. Like I said, I'm gonna make a video, a short video, and it's gonna break down how to like basically do what I'm showing you today. So I'm gonna show you right now. Look, stock. It's a stock car. It has nothing in it. Nothing. It's just the way it came. So that's what I'm saying. If you want to learn how to just use this car, you can't make mistakes with this car. It's just a plain car. And this is the Voodoo, so which is a Viper, but I'm gonna show you right now so you don't get. I'm saying the Voodoo because that's the name of the car in the game, so people don't get confused. That's what I'm using. The Voodoo. Use the Voodoo stock, and I'll make another room again, and then you can try to drift the Voodoo on a like stock version. And by using this car, you're gonna learn it. The car by itself is gonna teach you because it's gonna force you to learn how to drift. So I'll put the code so you can see it, so you can try it out. It's gonna be tough though. I'm using the Voodoo stock, but you're gonna learn how to drift after this. You're gonna learn how to like the right way of drifting. Is not your drifting is gonna look real. It's not gonna look fake. All right, so I'm gonna start, and if you need the password, let me know. I'll put it back up on the screen. see, you make mistakes with this car, the car is gonna like basically tell you like, no, you screwed up. Yeah, overtook that turn way too aggressive though. I'm trying to do the power slide, a big wide power slide. And it's hard, dude. It's hard on this car to control that. And this is how you do the power slide. Just go into the turn aggressively and then just let go of the acceleration and just turn. That's it. And let the car just, you control the drift. That's it. That's how you get into the power slide. Just let it go and then gradually hit the acceleration and control the actual drift. So this is all I'm doing. I'm just power sliding and then gradually hitting the acceleration and continue the drift. That's all up. Let me see how you drifted over there. Oh, you brought a tune car. Hold on, let me move out the way. You see what I'm talking about? It looks so natural. And then you see you're drifting. You see how it doesn't look natural at all. That's this is what you want. Like, this is what you want to practice, man. And you should be able to keep up because this is just a stock car. This is just a stock Voodoo. It's got nothing under the hood. No Ackerman, no nothing. It's just stock. And this is what I'm teaching. I'm teaching the form to getting into a drift. So power slide. See, I'm not doing anything. So you power slide into a drift, and then you use acceleration to control the drift. That's it. That's how you drift. That's the basics of drifting. Go on power slide, you continue, and then control the acceleration for the drift. That's it. And you see, it doesn't look fake. It looks natural. It looks real. Because that's what they really do. They to go into the power slide in real life, you would have to brake. You can't just, your car would have to be really powerful in order for it to just normally go into a slide. So you would brake, then you go into the power slide. That's how real drifters do it in real life. Brake, go into the power slide, and then you brake, go into the power slide, and then you slowly tap the acceleration or ease into the acceleration. So I brake, go into the power slide, and then slowly ease into the acceleration, and then that's it. Let me see what you're bringing now. Your car, bro, is just set up in such a weird way that it looks cool. It still looks cool. There's nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't look natural. And then I held acceleration for too long. So I'm telling you, bro, if you want to get good at drifting, use the Voodoo in stock mode, and you'll get better by default. This will make you a better drifter just because of the car. The way that the car's perfectly set up to drift by itself with no tune on it. And this will teach you how to drift in every game. This is not just for this game. This is basically how you would drift in every game, even the more realistic ones, like the Assetto Corsa. This is how you would drift in Assetto Corsa. The only difference is for Assetto Corsa, you're gonna be changing your gears. So you're gonna be going into a power drift. You're gonna be going straight. You're gonna brake, go into a power drift, and then change your gears. And that's how you're gonna be able to drift in Assetto Corsa. But that one's really hard. That one's more realistic. Like I said, when I first started drifting in Assetto Corsa, it took me 3 days to learn how to just to drift, just to learn how to drift in Assetto Corsa. That's how hard Assetto Corsa is. And of course, you can't set the parameters. You can't, you could, but not to this point. Not how you could do it in carX. In carX, you could you can make a monster truck in carX. You can't do that in Assetto Corsa. And see, I held on to the acceleration too long and I messed up. What this car's going to teach you most of all is control. Everything, because you make the mistake, it's just going to spin out. If you hold it, look, if I hold the acceleration too long, that's it. It's over for me. So it's going to teach you control. It's going to teach you how to actually drift. See, I held on to the acceleration too long. What is that? A pickup? What did you do with that one? Oh my god. Okay, so you made like a mini monster truck. Go ahead. I want to see you drift with this. Go ahead, bro. Like, even the people are cheering you on. Now I'm gonna hit the wall. And I'm not using brakes. So That's another thing I'm not doing. I'm not using any brakes because I want my mistakes to show. Like, so I'm not trying to correct my mistakes that I'm making. So if I make a mistake, my car is either gonna spin out or I'm gonna hit the wall. That's it. But if I use the brake, I'm correcting myself. So see, it's kind of, it's not cheating, but it's, you know, in a real car, you you want to brake. You don't want to crash a real car. But in the game, you could do whatever you want. You're just learning in the game, so. Okay, so I knew I was gonna be able to make that turn at the right time, so I used the brakes. So like I said before, like the way you want to use the brakes, especially if you're tandeming, if you're in a tandem with someone, then you want to use the brake because you got to keep the speed. Most of the time, you don't know what gear they're using. You don't know how their car is set up, so you want to use the brakes to keep that same amount of speed. Or otherwise, you're just gonna be hitting them, smacking them all the time. All right, let me go back to my rail car, the one I love to drift. And we can go into a public room where there's a lot of people. That's usually what I like doing. So instead of making one, I'm browsing through the European servers. So you would click the R3. So I'm in the Europe servers, and there's way more Europe servers than on America or Asia. So I'm using the Europe servers, and I'm going to, let's go to drift, tandem, and chill. Let's go to, or drift and chill. No, that one's full. Let's go to drift, tandem, and chill. And I wish that dude was still in here, the Gene dude, because I want to see how he's gonna teach people how to drift with the mechanics of the game. And I would love to see him on a verse me with no assist to see who's the better drifter then, since he thinks he can like teach people. You don't, if we're really gonna talk about teaching drift and real drifting, we're both gonna drift each other with no assistance. So you would turn your assistance off, I would turn my assistance off, and we'll see who drifts better. Because that's what pisses me off about the fake drifters. They get mad when I call them fake drifters, but You're fake drifting if your assistance is on. You're fake drifting. I don't care what anybody says. The cars don't auto correct steering. There's no, that's not real at all. Look at the way my car's wheels are turning. Okay, they're turning the opposite way. You can only achieve this if you're counter steering. Like, you know, I have to teach the fake drifters this because they think they know what they're talking about when they're talking about mechanics in the game, and they don't. If you put any of the so-called real drifters to drift with no assistance, most of them won't be able to drift. And that's what's really sad. Damn, most people can't even do what I'm doing right now, which is to stay on one lane on with the assistance on, let alone drift without assist. I mean, I would have to baby step them to be able to even control their car first. Learning, you know, you got to learn how to control your car. So which means when you turn off your assistance off, you have to learn every single thing. So you have to learn how to counter steer. You have to learn how to put your throttle the right way. So that means you can't just hold on to the throttle and just drift. I'm gonna teach you right now the example because I like to teach people with proof. I don't want to like. I'm not just here just to talk. Check this out. So assistance is off, right? What happens when you drift with the assistance off? You have to control every aspect of the car. That means if I'm holding the acceleration, look what happens with my car. I'm just gonna hold it. My car's just gonna spin out everywhere. All right, I can hold this. Look what happens to my car. Okay, this just lets you know right here that the assistance also controls your throttle. Let me put the assistance back on. I got to teach these noobs. The noobs really like piss me off. You know, like, because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Look, the same thing. Assistance on though. Where's the throttle? Where's the throttle control there? Why is my car not spinning out the way it's supposed to spin out? Why assistance is on? Assistance controls everything. This is what I want people to understand. Even my throttle is controlled by the assist. So when people say, "Oh, you need to take off your training wheels and put the acronym to 100," no, you got to take their training wheels off and take off assistance. Don't talk to people and tell them how to set up their car if you yourself don't know how to drift. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Learn the mechanics of the game. You learn the mechanics of the game before you even, go out spewing out and trying to argue with people and you don't even know how to drift yourself. That's just sad. That's just a sad thing to do. And I don't want to argue with anybody or anything like that because it's pointless. Like, if you know how to drift, you know how to drift. If you know how to get points, you know how to get points. If you know how to build up a car, you know how to build up a car. It just shows. You could see it, But it's just funny that people don't understand the simple mechanics. And I'm by far not the best drifter in this game. Like, there's people that, especially if there's real drifters, and by real drifters I mean people that drift with no assistance on. If they're used to drifting like that already, they put assistance on, they're gonna blow me out the water because the car's already gonna be controlled perfectly for them. But real drifters do not use assist. That's how you drift for real. It looks like crap when you don't know how to do it, but once you learn how to drift without the assist, you're good. You understand the mechanics. You're really drifting because you're controlling the counter steering. You're controlling it. It's not the computer controlling it. So don't let anybody tell you, tell them, turn off your assistance and let me see you drift for a minute. Let me see if you know what drifting is. and you'll see how horrible they'll fail at it. Because even me, I'm gonna show you right now. I'm gonna show you a car that I'm setting up to drift without assistance, and I troll people. This is my troll car. This is the car that I go into a lobby with, and I turn off the assistance, and I let people know that I'm drifting without assistance on. Like I turn it off. Okay, this is real drifting right here. Check this out. This is my troll car right here, which I still got to set up because I have to set up the strength of the car, the actual gauges. So look at it. True drift, no assist. And I'm gonna go back into that room. Let me get right back into that room. And I'm gonna turn off the assist and I'm gonna drift for real. So let's see. Let's go into drift vibes. Okay, it's got 2 slots. And that's number 1. A realistic check. Real check of reality for people that want to drift for real. Turn your assistant off. Don't tell me you could drift and you have the assistance on. That's not real drifting. Okay, so we're gonna turn this off. This is the noob. This is the real, this is the noob. Okay, so this is real drifting here. And normally you want to keep it. Like I said, I'm adjusting this car to drift for real. So I'm still trying to get the gears in the right way. So normally I'll keep it when you're trying to learn real drifting, you kind of want to keep it high because it lets the car gradually go up and it's not going to overpower. Like, see how it's revving? You have to change all that, rev control and all that, because you're going to have to adjust the way you're holding your actual, throttle. Because look, if I slam it, it will not drift the right way. So you have to gradually hold on to it. Even with first gear, if I gradually hold it, which is hard as hell on a controller, on a keyboard, the best way you want to learn this stuff is on an actual wheel. But it's hard as hell just to control the car and drift with this setting like this. So I'm gonna gradually go up, and like I said, I didn't mess with any of the gears. Yeah, I'm still trying to learn how to set the car perfectly so that I can control it the way I want. And this is my troll car. This is the car I go into lobbies and I troll people with. And then you see them. Let's see if anybody, if they see the car and they turn their assistants off, you'll see they won't be able to drift either. And like I said, you could see when someone's really drifting with auto off, because look at my counter steering. Look how erratic. Look how my front wheels are gonna be like this. When you're really drifting with no assist, you're gonna look like this. Because you're the one controlling.
_PH said no keyboard assist.
You're using with no assist. You're drifting with no assist. With a keyboard on too. That's hard. That's probably why your drift looks like the way it looks. Because you're really trying to control the car. So, I mean, that's just major props, dude, if you're trying to do that for real, because it's hard as hell to drift like this. This is really drifting. It takes a long time just to learn how to control the car like this. I don't even have it mastered. And it's really hard. It's challenging. And that would be the real way to do this. Like if you're practicing to stay on one lane, practice with like the lowest gear so your car doesn't over throttle. Because right now I could hold this throttle, but the car is not gonna it's gonna overdo it, but not to the point where it's gonna go that crazy. Like it's controllable. And that's another thing about no assist. You can really tell the speed of the car. The car is really gonna have like a realistic speed. It's not gonna just take off like how everybody else sets their car up. You can definitely do it, but you would have to adjust your gears. You would have to mess with the gears. And it would probably take me a good month maybe to master no assist at all, and then gradually start using all the cars. And then of course I have to go into the settings and adjust all my gears and really try to do this. And you can see I'll make no points with this.
Said can PS2 controller play to PC?
I think it could. I think there's a way you can set up the there's actually two ways you could probably do it. You could do it if your computer could accept like Bluetooth signals into it, then that's one way. If not, you'll have to use a software. I forgot the name of a software. I used to use a controller, the PS2 controller. What I use now is an Xbox controller, because the Xbox has a built-in, like you could use it's basically like a Bluetooth connector, but it does it automatically. So you connect it through the USB, and then you could connect the actual PlayStation, the Xbox controller to it. That's what I'm using now. Whenever I use my PC, I'm on a PlayStation now, so obviously I'm using a PlayStation 4 controller. But whenever I do play any PC game, I have that control. So I have the little Bluetooth kind of connection to the controller, to the Xbox controller. I even forgot what it's called. It's like it comes in a kit complete. Or I don't know if you could buy it separate. But they have cheap controllers.
_PH said I have PS2 controller.
Yeah, there's software that lets you do that.
_PH said but no USB adapter.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like normally that's because that's like a quick fix. You don't have to go into the way you're talking about doing it. You have to basically configure the controller. You have to do it completely. So you have to configure all the buttons and map it out. You're mapping out your controller, and there's an app for that. There's like, I don't know the name because I haven't used it in years. I think it's called Pad Control or something like that, or something like that. It was old. It's an old one, so they probably got new ones now. But that's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to map out your controller, and it's still kind of, it's not gonna be perfect though. I don't know how that's gonna work actually. But that's if you buy, like, you can buy a cheap controller. There's cheap controllers that are USB controllers, and then you would still have to do the same thing. I don't know if the game's gonna recognize it, but most games do recognize the Xbox controller. Like for PC, especially for PC. The PlayStation 4, I've even connected my PlayStation 4 controller on the phone, on the Android phone. And that you connect that through Bluetooth, but then the controller doesn't work exactly the way you expect it to. It works kind of weird, but it works. So this way it's hard to drift like this, and I'm gonna put this car back on the noob drift, the fake drift, and you're gonna see the big difference between no assist and then having this. Look at the throttle. First of all, my car's not gonna spin out like crazy. And this is what I want people to understand. Like, they don't understand this. It's funny how everybody talks trash real quick, but then they don't know the mechanics. They don't know about the game. They just, I guess they're being taught by other fake drifters, and when you're taught by another fake drifter, you're fake drifting yourself. So I laugh all the time. It's just funny. But again, look how the car, the counter steering is automatic. It's automatic. You're not doing it yourself. This is why the assist, having the assist on, to me at least, is considered fake drifting, because you're not controlling that counter steering. You're not even controlling the throttle that much, even. You're not controlling damn near nothing in the car. But anyway, this is the car that I use to troll lobbies with. I'll go in and I'll really drive with no assist on, and and I do that every once in a while to piss people off. But let me go back to drifting with my actual car, my favorite car right now. At least for now, because I've been using this car a lot. I'm trying to learn the way this car works and the way I set it up and everything. Every time I spend a couple of hours setting up a car, it just becomes my favorite car because of that, I guess, because you just spend so much time trying to tune it out. And let me go to I have no idea where to go. I think I'm gonna go with Camry Road. I don't know why I like Camry Road so much.
Trevor Loriano said, yo, can you teach me how to drift?
It depends how you want to learn how to drift. If you want to learn the 100% real way, it's going to take a long time. And if you want to learn just drifting by itself, can you afford a Voodoo, which is basically the Viper, but it's a level 5 car. This car, I'll show you right now.
Trevor Loriano said, how to tandem. Trevor Loriano said, I'm on 120 ADH.
That's the adhesive. It's going to make your car incredibly grippy. And most people, the standard for drifting, like a lot of people change it's 100 and even sometimes 90. And that's why you're having problems, hitting the right angles and sticking with them, because your car, if they're using 100 and you're using 120, their car is going to be more slippery while your car is going to be more grippy. So you're not going to be able to stick to someone side by side. It's just...
Trevor Loriano said, I can't hop in a lobby with you to show.
All right, so if you want to learn how to drift, you see how I have this car? This is the Voodoo car, and it's stock. It's 100% stock. There's nothing in it. So you're not driving with 100. You're driving, everything is standard on the car. So if you want to learn how to drift, pick this car and leave it stock. And if you can drift this car stock, then you'll be able to drift any car. You just got to set it up right. That's all that matters. This is what I'm trying to teach everybody. So pick the Voodoo car. I'll make a room. And if you can drift this car, then you're fine. You just gotta, it's either you gotta learn a better technique, or your car setting is not right. But I can tell you right off the bat, if you're drifting at 120, everybody else is drifting either 90 or 100. That's how that's how you keep the car sliding. Because the car with 120, that's a lot of grip. Especially if you're not changing the gear, the way the gears work on your car. That's going to be a big reason why you're not drifting with people. It's hard. It's cool. Okay, I'll tell you the big difference. 120, what is good about 120, you're going to make way more points than everybody else. But that's just because your car has a lot of grips. And I didn't even make a lobby. Let me get out of here. What am I doing? I said I was going to make a lobby. That's the big difference between using a 120. You're going to make a lot of points compared to everybody else in the room. But your car is just going to be way too grippy to the point where you can't drift with anybody. It's just, their cars will have to be drift. Like, their car has to be set up kind of like your car. So they'll have to run 122. So you guys could keep each other's pace. And that's why if you see even big YouTubers, they're setting up each other's cars.
In a lobby, I can't get taught from there, and we can run some laps. JFGame_PH said, how long have you been playing carX?
I've been playing carX for a year. For more than a year now. This is why I understand the mechanics of the game. Because I've been at it for a year. I've been retuning cars. I've been messing with the tunes of the cars and everything. So that's I've been playing both games, Assetto Corsa and this. But Assetto Corsa, I've been playing this game for so long that if I try to jump back on Assetto Corsa, I'll
said 104,385. Trevor Loriano said, JFGame_PH said, wow.
Yeah, it's I've been playing for over a year, so I understand the mechanics of the game. That's why. That's why I could drift with any car, any setting, whatever I do. The hardest one to, and it's going to be hard for anybody. It's going to be the no assist drift.
Trevor Loriano said, "Do you?"
Yeah, European. Yeah, that's a cool looking car too. So see, this is the reason I told you to pick the Voodoo car is because this is stock. I left it stock. So there's nothing on here that's gonna like, you know, affect tuning wise. There is no tune for this. You're just gonna drift with this car, and it's gonna look natural, and it's gonna show you if you're gonna mess up or not.
Trevor Loriano said, "Want to watch me first?"
All right, hold on. Let me get out the way. Let me get out the way. I can already tell why you're having problems following, but your lines are kind of, since it's looked like even the drifting looks fake, because look how it doesn't even look like your car is like it's not even shifting weight or nothing. It's just, it's kind of weird. It looks mechanical, the drifting, like it doesn't look nowhere near real. You're doing a wide drift though. You're sticking to the walls, which is pretty good, because when you're tandeming, people tend to do that. They tend to go for real wide. But so you would benefit probably from leading than following. So somebody could probably follow you easier than, you know, you follow them, because you would have to like really practice your drifting. Like your drifting doesn't look natural. It looks fake. So look at this car. Look at my drifting with this car. Look how natural the weight transition looks. Look how like realistic it looks. And you see, and if I overdo it, I'm gonna spin out with this car. And remember, this is a stock car.
AFterGame_PH said, "Who is the best drift, me or he?"
Right now, you guys kind of drift the same. You should get in here too. You guys kind of got the same setup, honestly. You see how he turns like kind of sporadically, and you guys turn sporadic. You guys got something in your settings where you guys are turning crazy like that. So you guys could probably drift together.
AFterGame_PH said, "LOL." Trevor Loriano said, "Let's tandem and see." Then paused to me. "It looks natural." AFterGame_PH.
Okay, you guys get in here. Get in here. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna put the password, and you guys get in here, and you guys see. Let me get out the way. Hold on. Let me get my car out the way. I have to set it somewhere where I know you guys are not gonna hit it. Okay, here we go. All right, so I'm gonna put the password so you can see. And then you could join us, and then you guys could try to tandem together, because the way he has his car set up, it looks you guys got like the same similar look to the drifting that you guys are doing. So look how he turns his car. Look.
AFterGame_PH said, "I'm in phone."
Oh, you're not in your house? Oh, I thought you're in your house. Or no, there's no way you could be playing the game on the phone. You're probably on the phone outside watching this. So Trevor, how's your control though? Like, okay, if we go to East Toge, and I tell you to stick to one lane, can you stick to one lane? Can you like drift in one lane without like, you know, varying off to another lane? Because if you could do that, then you have control. It's just, you just have to control the speed at which you're following someone. And I'm telling you right now, the main problem you have right now is everybody's drifting with 100. Either 190 and you're drifting with 120.
Trevor Loriano said, yeah.
So you don't have a control issue. It's just a setting issue. You just have to set your car to 100, and then it's gonna change the way you drift because it's gonna be more slidey. So you're gonna be, you know, when you do a drift, your car's gonna slide outward. So you see how you're gripping the car right now, and you're able to not smack the wall because the car is not sliding towards the wall. If you put 100, it's gonna do that. It's gonna slide towards the wall. So that's the only difference between, you know, 90, 120, and like I said, it all depends how you set up the car. Because I was showing my other car, which is 90, but it feels like 120, and it's just the way you set your cars up. What I'm teaching here is just basically technique. It's just how to drift, and that's why I'm using a standard car. Like this car has no tune at all. It has no tuning in it. It has nothing done to it. It's just natural. So the drifting looks natural because you're using the power of the car naturally. You're not, you know, you didn't do any performance tuning to it. So this is what I'm trying to teach people. If you want to learn how to drift like normally and for it to look natural, you can use this car. And it's going to look realistic. It's not going to look fake. It's not going to look, you know, kind of like robotic. It's really hard to explain. It doesn't look natural. It just looks really fake that you can snap a car that fast, you know, in one direction like that. Yeah, it's going to be hard to tandem with this car because this car doesn't have the power your car has. And I would have to try to take wide, you know, turns like this so you can follow.
Said please subscribe and click the bell and leave a like.
Yeah, thank you. I don't even do that, bro. I don't even say that to people, bro. I think that it's kind of annoying to do that to people, but yeah, that's true, man. But just know, guys, I don't stick to this one game. I play a whole bunch of other games. So I'm making playlists. So if you're looking for a particular game, then you can look up a particular game. I just love drifting. I love, you know. You see, look look at my turn. Look at Oh man. So yeah, Trevor, if you really want to learn, try drifting this car. If you could drift this car stock, you're gonna be able to drift any car, man. What's your acronym set up to? Because it looks like you have high acronym too. Normally when you set up your acronym high, that's how you get that snappy, like left to right. That's how you get that weird mechanical feel to the car. So you probably have your acronym set up pretty high.
Trevor Loriano said I got high as acronym.
Yeah, so that's the reason why see, my car, no matter what I try, it's not going to be as snappy as yours. Because right now, since I'm on a stock car, it doesn't have that feature in it. It doesn't have this basically has no acronym in it. It's just natural. That's why it looks smooth when I turn left to right. But you could actually leave that. You could, you know, turn that off and have the smoothness Are you using a wheel or are you using a controller? Because that also affects the way you drive too. So if you're using a wheel, you would use Ackerman because it's you don't want to turn the whole wheel while you're trying to drive. And yeah, that the only way, like I said, the only way you're gonna drift with people tandeming is if other people are drifting 120 cars too. They have to, and most people don't do it. Most people don't set their cars that way because they're trying to go for like a realistic setting where it's in realistic cars you would use 100 because those are the cheapest wheels that you could afford. Like you're not gonna be able to afford the hard slick back tires. Those are expensive. Those are professional wheels. And people end up using real cars, and that's basically kind of the same physics that people would fall under too. It's 100.
Trevor Loriano said, let's do East Trip. Trevor Loriano said, and spectate me.
All right, let me get out of here, and let me change cars. I want to change cars too, and I'll change it to East Tollgate, and then I want to see how you can stay on one lane. And I'm gonna challenge you too because I'm gonna show you the difference between having control and correction. Because when you're applying brake to your car, you're actually correcting the mistakes you're making while you're drifting. If you can drift without using any brakes, once you get into the actual state of drifting and continue to keep it, you're gonna be able to do it with no
Trevor
brakes.
Loriano said, okay, bet.
All right, let's do this. I'm gonna make East Tollgate room. Let's see. Okay, this is gonna be the password, and I'll just plug
_PH said you will live tomorrow.
I'll go live tomorrow. Yeah, I'll go live tomorrow. I'll try to go live tomorrow around the same time because this is an unscheduled stream, so I could probably change my schedule for you guys because I know you live over there in Asia, so it's completely different time zone. Like it's probably nighttime for you right now, so I know it's different. Right now it's only what? It's only 1:43 p.m. where I'm at. I'm in New York, so the time zones are completely different.
JFGame _PH said yup. Trevor Loriano said I'm in Georgia.
Okay, so we're not that far apart then, but he is. PH is he's in Asia over there. He's chilling over there. All right, so go ahead. What you're gonna do? This is what you're gonna do. Come over to this side over here. And I'm gonna keep it in first gear because that's how I have my car set up to drift. But what you're gonna do is you're gonna stay on this one lane here, and you're gonna just stick to it all the way around so you can make that whole loop around. So you're just gonna stick to this route, and you're gonna just literally try to stay inside the lane, one lane. All right, so I'm gonna park the car over here, and then I'm gonna watch you do it real quick. So see, even while you're braking, you're kind of having a hard time with it. So I could imagine if I was to tell you not to use your brake, you're gonna fail like immediately. So now you're gonna try to do it, but you're not gonna use no brake. Yeah, if you use a brake, you failed. So try to. I'm gonna give you a couple of laps. Get a couple of laps with the brake so you can get used to the speed and the gear you have to use, and then try to do it with no brake. You can't use brake. If you use brake, if I see red on your screen at any moment, you failed. And I'll show you that I could do it without braking too. I'll show you that I could do it without no braking at all. So this time you're gonna do the same thing, but you're not gonna use your brake. And what this is gonna teach you, throttle control. It's gonna teach you releasing the throttle so you can kind of power slide and control the drift, and then ease up on your throttling. Let's see how you can manage that.
J_Gain_TH said I need more practice.
Yeah, it's hard, dude. It took me a while when I started, and it was because I was getting bored of like when I started. Once you buy all the cars and you start setting up the cars, you have really nothing else to do but tandem with people and get better at drifting. And that made me way better at drifting. Like that made me, the fact that you can stay on one lane and control your car and not use any brakes, that takes a lot of practice to do. It's not something anyone's just gonna do right off the bat. Except if your car is tuned perfectly the right way and you understand the weight transition and you understand the track, because it's not an easy thing to do. And I can tell you right now that the corners you're gonna have problems with is the return corner coming back around, because most of the track itself is not that hard to do. What this teaches you is control, so you're not relying on your brake. So when you rely on your brake, you're correcting your mistakes. So when you don't correct your mistakes, you're already gauging the speed, you're already getting familiar with your car. That turn right there, that's probably the hardest one to do. I fail that. Don't even feel bad about that one. I fail that one too. You have to, there's a certain way to take that turn, and that involves the power slide. So you have to go in hard, aggressive with the turn, power slide twice. So you have to shift the weight transition on your car to get that one hairpin right. So I knew you were gonna fail on that one, because I still fail at that one. That one's hard, especially with no brakes. But I'm not seeing any red, so you have a nice, you have control of the car. But keep in mind, you're using 122, so your car is naturally grippy. So if you were to go and switch to 100, it's going to be much different. You got to keep that in mind too. That does affect the car a lot. We're both running on separate settings. So I'm running on 100, you're running on 120. So you get that little extra set of grip. So if you were to go out, right? If you were to get out and fix your car, you're going to be more slimy.
Good morning.
Good night, man. Good night. Take a nice rest, man. I know it's nighttime over this late.
_TH said bye.
Bye, man. Take care. I appreciate you stopping by, bro. Yeah, that turn right there, that's the hardest turn right there to do. So that's the difference between the settings that we have. Right now I'm gonna try to do the same thing with no brake. And remember, I'm on 100. So you're on 120, your car's gonna be naturally more grippy. And this is gonna be the hard part for me. So I have to do like a weight transition where I have to go in a more aggressive with the car and do like a power slide. So I'm gonna try to do this on the next turn. And you see how my car is just slides out. So I have to have the right perfect weight transition to it. And that's what's gonna be hard for you once you switch to 100, is getting that to it's hard, dude. It's hard to do that. Especially the lower you go. So on 90, it gets even harder. and I'm using no brake. I'm gonna try to no brake it on. This is the part where I have to speed up. Look, I have to speed up here and then power slide and then go into another power slide. And you have to do it perfectly or you'll come out like the way I did. And that's applying no brake. So that's gonna be tough to do. Yeah, I'm coming off the road every time if I don't apply this right. Yeah, I would have to use the brake here. And even with the brake, I'll come out of it. So we're kind of tandeming. If we follow the same road and you're following me, we're kind of tandeming. We'll naturally tandem because we're on the same, we're following the same route. But you see how like it's kind of weird for you because you can't. It's going to be hard for you to keep an angle with 120. You see how my car has way more angle? I'm trying not to, I'm not even worried about staying in the same lane. I'm trying to just get it to a wide angle where you can follow it, because that's what you want to do when you're tandeming. If you're leading, you want to make sure you have the widest angle where it's followable. Like anyone that has any settings to follow your car, because you're doing a wide turn. So it's very different from following to leading. When you're leading, that's what you want to do. You want to make really wide turns where people could follow you and kind of match your speed. When you're following, it's much harder because you got to match everyone's speed perfectly or you're going to mess up the train. So try to do that. Try to go to your settings in your car, setting up to 100, and then it's going to be more similar that way. Or you're going to have to do is just adjust your gears, or maybe find the right gear to match my gear, because I'm only on the first gear. That's how I have this car set up.
Trevor Loriano said, I am to try 100 for the first time.
Yeah, it's all good. It's going to take you a little bit of practice because your car's going to slide more. But once you get the basics of sliding, you'll get used to it. So you're going to notice your car's going to slide way more, way more. And that's basically all you have to practice, is just letting go of the throttle and just naturally letting the car's weight take the car while you're turning. That's all you got to do. You see how hard that hairpin is? At 100, your car's gonna slide, man. But see, now we're probably gonna be able to tandem more, since your car is naturally gliding more than being grippy. So try to keep the same pace here. So we're gonna do the same thing. It's gonna be the same idea. I'm gonna stick to the same side of the road. You're gonna stick to the same side, and we're naturally gonna tandem because we're basically doing the same route. The only thing you have to figure out is what gear matches mine, because I'm like I said, I'm on first gear, so I'm hitting about 90 or to 80 constantly. So find whatever gear hits 80 or 90 constantly on yours, and then we'll be able to match it perfectly. There we go. So I'm gonna try to do the widest turns I can do, where you can kind of match, get used to being next to the car. So now we do it here, and that's basically how it goes. Just practice that. And that's it. That's all you got to do, man. Just make sure you're on 100. Everybody else, that's what everybody else is using, is 100. It's all good. And that's why it's easy to learn how to tandem once you can stay on one lane, and everybody's staying in one lane because you know when they're going to turn. You can see they're just following the road. So see, if you're staying on one lane, like if you were trying to stay on one lane, all I got to do is match your speed. That's all I got to do. And I know when you're going to turn because you're following the road. Right now, I got to try to match your speed, but yet our tunes are so different that. I'm trying to give you space too, so I don't want to mess you up. See, and it's erratic because you're not keeping one route. You're just like trying to like turn wide. So I'm trying to follow your wide turns. So if you were to try to stay on one lane, on this lane, and I'm gonna try to follow you. And it's gonna be more natural because I know where you're gonna turn. You know, like I'm gonna see when you're turning. All I gotta do is match your speed. Look, I even came out the lane. And I came out. See, I failed. You did it good. I completely messed up. I'm trying to keep up with you with the speed of your car. I can't keep up with that car. Yeah, I can't even. There's no way I can keep up with the tune you got. You got like high rev on the car. It's crazy. I'm even spinning out trying to keep up. But this is why you see a lot of people that tend to drift together, they kind of tune the cars the same. Or at least they try to. What the hell is this? Something showed up on my... Sorry about that.
Trevor Loriano said let me or spectate me RQ.
Let me see, go ahead. Yeah, see, your car is so crazy. Like you're on fifth gear and you're taking turns at 100, almost damn near at 100. When I go into my turns, I take them in like at 80 to 60, and maybe I keep the high speed of a 9. That's where my car look at the speed of my car.
Said I am a do it with brake.
Okay, you're gonna try to stay on the same lane with brakes. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, dude, that's the hardest one. That's the one you got to practice. The timing, when to stop, when to let go, and the brake. That one's gonna be hard, man. The rest of it's not hard. It's just that one hairpin. And the hardest, I would say one of the toughest maps to do this would be Cami Road. Trying to stay on one side on Cami Road is really hard. So like once you master this one, you can switch to Cami Road, and then that one's gonna be really hard because the hairpins on that one are tough. And then see, once you get better at this, the next thing you want to do is practice without braking, because like I said, braking is you correcting yourself every time. Every time you brake, is you correcting yourself. But I could see how souped up your car is, like how much rev power you have on it because of the speed you're hitting on it, and on those gears. Is your car able to drift in first gear? The way you do that is your car
Trevor
basically has more
said
grip.
speed is what surprises everyone. Trevor Loriano said I don't have or tunes like that.
Yeah, you have to tune it in that particular way for it to tune on first gear.
Said my team got it clear. I got have it third and fourth.
Yeah, I tried. This is something new that I'm trying right now, because you see how my car reaches, like your gear 4 would be my first gear. But you see how when I take the turns, it slows down to like 80 to 60. It still hits the 100, but now while I'm turning, like once I stop turning, since I let go of the acceleration, I'm no longer hitting the 190, none of that. I'm just letting it go. So my car dramatically slows down. So if I was driving for speed, this car could hit 100, no problem. So see, I'm gonna hit this straight here, 120 easy. But I don't, when I'm taking my turns, see, I'm having so much force with that 120 that even braking won't do anything at that point. I'm just going too fast. So your car is definitely powerful. It has the power. Your car might be a little too powerful, and that's probably why you're having problems with tandeming with people. You'd probably have to adjust the gear so it could be even, like even it out. Because even what I'm doing for tandeming is going to be very rough for me to tandem with people, because I'm not going to match everyone's speed since I'm drifting on first gear. So that means I'm limiting my speed to like just whatever gear this goes up to. And that's the thing with tandeming, you have to kind of have your gears set up right, because if you're tandeming with strangers, you're gonna want to adjust the car to whatever speed they're going. So your car's gonna have different, speed limits to it. That's the whole point of the gears. If I switch to this gear, let me see. I haven't switched to second gear in a long time. Let's see what this second gear looks like. I can't even drift with the second gear. That's how weak the second gear is right now. It's really tough for me to drift with the second gear. Let me try third gear. Okay, so third gear, I'm hitting like straight 60s while I'm drifting. Like I'm hitting an even 60. Yeah, I guess the 60s come more on these hairpin turns here rather than the wide turns. Yeah, so I'm hitting 60 on these and then like 80 to 90 on the wider turns. And you see it's having a real hard time to drift because the gears are not set up where it's gripping the car. And the higher I go, the more it's gonna like have more angle though. But let's see. Let me try 6th gear. So the rest of the gears I never even touched. I left them alone. But the first gear I messed with. That's the only one I actually changed because that's the only gear I leave my car in. So even 6th gear feels kind of weird to me, but I can still drift with it. And one thing I don't understand why you get more angle on 6th gear. It makes no sense. That should not affect your angle. I still haven't figured that one out. Why when you're on 6th gear you get like the most angle your car could ever get? And then I'm gonna switch it back to 1. And it's just totally different, man. That's what messing with the gears does. It completely changes the car. But then you got to get used to the speed differences. That's it. That's what's crazy about this game. That's why I love the adjusting part of this game. Even that you can mess with every part of the car. It's crazy. It's crazy that the game even allows you to do that. That's what I would say sets this game apart from all the other games. See, let me see. Let me go switch to 6. And this should keep a steady speed. Yeah, because your car has no problem keeping up with my car. We were tandeming for a little bit, but we would have to like change the maybe I could just change the car because I wouldn't even want to mess with this car. I love this car the way it is. I could mess with another car. So I could even get ear tune for that car because I don't use that car. That's a Loki. I don't use that one. So I could totally tune that car to ear tunes, and we'll be able to drift because I have no idea how you tune that car. Yeah, I'm trying to stay as wide as I can, and I'm still using the 6th gear right now. And I'm not using brake, like I said. I don't use brakes. I'm trying to master without the braking. So I'm just literally using weight transition for this. And yeah, this is the turn, man. This is the turn that gets everybody, man. It still gets me. Oh, I'm actually bumping your car with this gear. This gear on 6th gear, it actually has a little bit more power.
JFergain_PH. Said B. JFergain_PH. Said 8. JFergain_PH. Said K. JFergain_PH. Said 8.
Baka. That means what does that mean? I think that means either idiot or stupid, I think. Oh, I don't know if you were trying to say you're back. But I think in Japanese that means it either means idiot or stupid. I forgot. My Japanese is a bit rusty.
JFergain_PH. Said okay, I seen in anime.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. My friend got me into anime back in the day when my first ever anime that I've ever watched was this anime called Fist of the North Star, and I was blown away by it. It was the funny thing was that that right there, man. That right there would make me laugh, man. I remember I would get into like fake fights with my friends, and we would do that stupid shit, man. We would the stupid things you do when you're young, man. We would sound ridiculous in the middle of the street, just fucking around, man. Just doing that, messing around, doing that, man. It's just retarded. But yeah, that's I forgot, man. Who was the one that got me into anime? I got into anime when early. Like I was maybe, I don't know, 14, I think it was back then. And yeah, that was like the first anime I ever saw. It was no Crying Freeman. Crying Freeman was the first, and then came Fist of the North Star. So that just shows you how old I am. Like that was like new. That was in VHS back then. So that right there, that's just showing my age right there, how old I am. But man, yeah. Once I got into animes, it was over.
JFCRGAMP_PH. Said guy.
What's up, man? You did what? How did you get into it? Do you remember your first anime? That's a hard question for people to remember that. Like, does anyone really remember their first anime? The only reason I remember it is because that was the first time I ever seen anything like it. Like, I was blown away by that. I was like, oh, what the hell is this? Now it's a little bit different these days, the way animes are. There's the new anime coming out like every week. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy to keep up with.
JFCRGAMP_PH. Said I subscribe all my ECC. I'm new.
Oh, okay,
Trevor
cool,
Loriano.
man.
Said okay, let's try and tandem.
All right, let's try the tandem. Do you have a particular route you want to take? Or do you want to keep doing this route? Because I know everybody takes that long route where they go around. So they go this way. No one really follows this straight loop route. They take this route. They keep going straight and then turn to the right. This is the route that everybody takes.
So Loki said hi.
Hey, what's up, man? So we can practice, you know, the route everyone takes, and then that's gonna get you familiar when you're actually drifting with, you know, random. So let's do what they do, and then we should be fine. I normally never do this route. So I gotta get used to it. Give me a minute to get used to this weird route right here. And let me switch gears. I'm gonna switch to 6th gear. And I should start using brakes since I don't know this route. I'm just gonna.
So Loki said what is this ever called?
I'll pause it right here. Hold on, let me pause it for a minute so you can join. I didn't even put a name. I think it's called GG, and just use the password. And it's a European server. So make sure your server settings, right-click the right analog stick and change it to Europe, and then that's it. Just enter that code and you're good. I normally don't make servers. I normally just go into random.
120 drift team, and they're really good. Ha ha. Didn't want to know how to tandem, but hey, good playing with you. So Loki said got it. Trevor Loriano said let's run a couple of laps.
Oh man, no problem, man. I appreciate you stopping by, man. Yeah, that's the best way to tandem with people is you have to have the cars kind of similar. You have to have that similar setting. But like if you, like I said, if you're trying to drift with strangers, most everyone uses the 120. Like that's what you're gonna encounter with randoms. Most of them are using 100, not 120. So all you got to do is just set your car up. Whenever you want to tandem with strangers, set it to 100. And whenever you're drifting with your team, just keep it at 120.
JFRgain_PH said you have 40 subscribers. Congrats.
Oh man, that's good because I had like none. I think I had like 30. So it's getting up there. Oh man. Scrappy lost control in that turn. We're trying to follow the road. Like if you try to stick to the road to one lane, and that's basically what we were doing before, like to teach people control of how to stay on one lane. Let's see. I'm gonna go to the side and see if you can do it. Try to stick to one side of the lane. Just do like a round loop around, and then just stick on that one side of the road. And that's gonna test your control out. Trevor's good. He's got control over his car, right? He could do it. Oh man, what are you using? Are you using 120 or 100 or even 90? Your car's sliding a lot. You might be on 100 though.
Trevor Loriano said GG, but thanks for the fun time.
Oh man, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for stopping by, man, and being in the stream. Damn, I don't know if he left. I think he left already. I wanted to ask him if that was his channel so I could check it out and check out if he has his team running, like, so I could check out his team. I'll check it out after this anyway to see.
Trevor Loriano said if you know time skip, I drift with him all the time with my team, so you can say we're 120 ABH pros, but I may get there.
Are you using, is this the channel that you use for your team? Do you upload videos under this name? So I could just subscribe to you and follow you too, and then I could check out your team, and then maybe we could stream together, and I'll change my car to 120, and then we could all, as a team, that'll be cool. Nice, that's cool, man.
Trevor Loriano said no, we don't have the official team channel, but I post my drift on my YouTube and mostly TikTok.
Okay, cool. So I'll check it out after the stream. I'm check you. I'm gonna subscribe to you and check it out. You guys should do that, man. You guys should start putting up videos. Either name a YouTube under your racing team, and then just start a whole little community out of it. You know what I'm saying? That'll be a cool idea, and then you can get everybody to, you know, switch to 120, and you can have a whole lobby full of, you know, 120 drifters, bro. That'd be sick.
Trevor Loriano said still working on a nice montage for Out Team, but if you check out the boys stream, they got some.
What's your boy's YouTube channel? I'll check it out. You just write it here, and then I'll check it out. I'm gonna write it down. Hold up. That way I can check you guys out later.
Trevor Loriano said I'll send it in a minimum. Hold on. So bye Loki said I'll be right back. I just need to change my car.
All right, go ahead, bro. Yeah, that way I could check you guys out, and it'll be cool, man. How far you brought it now? Ooh, nice. That one, I have that one hooked up too.
Said bunch of brunts.
Okay, let me write that down.
Trevor Loriano said that's my voice TOC. Trevor Loriano said also mine is carX matter too. Trevor Loriano said can you watch it Arda and I can see what you think.
Yeah, I'm writing it down. I'm gonna check it out. That's a cool name too. Smart Guy Splatter 2. That's cool. So I'll check out both of them and subscribe to both of them and check out your team and your videos too, man. Because I appreciate anyone that comes by too and subscribe. And I'll do the same thing, man. I like to repay the favor. And if you guys have a channel too, let me know. I'll check you guys out too, man. I appreciate anyone that even takes the time to check my videos out, man. So I would love to return the favor, man. I forgot what I did with mine. Let me bring my little car out. Let me see if I forgot the thing. I forgot my own password. Hold on. Let me go back into it. I'm gonna pick mine. I don't know what I did with mine, but I set mines up too. I don't know what kind of weird setup I got on that one. Let me see. Where's it at? Here it is. It looks thin wheels. I have no idea what I did with this one. Let me see if I can find the room if you're still in there. I can't even find my own room.
So Loki said password 248,626.
Yeah, because I can't even see my own room. That's funny. I need password to my own room. All right, there we go. I have no idea what I did with this one, but because I always tweak the settings, and I never used this one, I want to see if it's good or not. I have no idea what I did with this one.
So Loki said when I drift, are you candy? Because I'm mostly good at it.
What do you mean by cam? The camber? Are you talking about the camber? Or are you talking about the camera? I don't even know if I can with this camera. Oh, I see what this does. This actually follows you. That's nice. No, I don't think I've ever drifted with this cam.
So Loki said no, the camera.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't think I ever set this up like this. Let me see. This is kind of weird. But I see why you use it. It follows your car perfectly. Like it tries to keep you centered. It's weird. I would have to get used to it. I'm not even gonna lie, it is kind of weird driving like this. That's crazy that you drive like this. How long did this get, like you get used to this? Because this is... It's kind of weird. All right, let me try to follow you. I'm definitely gonna change cameras. That's really trippy a little bit. I would have to get used to that, but that's cool though. I like how the camera follows the car, the actual car. But this one's more, it keeps you centered at all times. That's what this camera does. That one like follows you. Yeah, this setup is kind of. Let me see if I can take on this little with this weird setup. I have no idea how I set this one up, but I know it wasn't a recent setup because I think I bought all the cars at once and then just gave them like a really quick tune setup and didn't bother to spend too much time on them. Yeah, I'm having problems just staying in one lane with this. Let me see if I could even stay in the lane with this one. Okay, let's go to gear 5. See what gear is the best one to stay on this lane with. It's not that bad. Yeah, I can tell I just literally set this up like a standard tuning. Like I didn't take my time with this one. Yeah, it's okay. I would have to really tune this car the way I like.
So Loki said, I'm going to change cars just for a SEC so I can get better handling.
All right, man. Yeah, it's not a bad setup. It's just not a great setup. Like it's not good. It doesn't feel like I cannot drift on first gear. So I know I didn't set this car up the way I'm setting them up now. Maybe second gear, maybe. Yeah, it's a little weird for me. But this is how all the cars, any car that I don't use, they'll have the same basic setup. Like I don't put any time into it. But then I also don't like how it drifts. This one's alright. What car did you bring out now? Oh, you just left now. Hold on. I gotta wait till you come back to see what car you're bringing in. I can't wait for the new cars, man, to hit the PlayStation.
Said my cat's just chilling right where I am.
Oh man, I had my cat when I was over there in that's Puerto Rico. I was living over there, and I saved a wildcat. Like it was, my cousin came over to visit me, and we heard him meowing. I was like, dude, you got a cat? He's like, no, and I'm like, where the hell's that coming from? And it turned out he had a kitten in his car motor. I don't even know how the hell that happened, but I ended up saving that cat and keeping him. And he was like a wildcat, so he would just be outside. Like I never had him inside the house. And he would eat mice, rats, whatever, dude. That cat was just wild as hell. So it wasn't like a domesticated house cat. It was like a wild. It turned into a wild, fertile cat. Just all I would hear is cat fighting all night. I had a wild cat, bro. And what's crazy was I used to call him, and he was like a dog. He would come over to me and everything. But back over there in that island, there's hawks. There's like hawks and falcons over there. So I was afraid to let the cat go, like, you know, as a kitten, just letting it loose in the wild because it would have got killed. So I took care of it while it was big enough to take care of itself. But then it never left. It never left my house. It never left my property at all. It just decided to stay there. And my dog, on the other hand, he hates all animals. I never had my dog as a social animal, so he's kind of aggressive to any other living thing. Like I have him as a guard dog. That's why. So he's friendly with people, and he'll bark at people, but he'll try to kill any animal that comes in his path. And that's kind of my fault because I didn't socialize him with other animals, but I wanted him as a guard dog, so I wanted him to like scare people off, and he does that. Everyone's scared of my dog, you know. Like, I miss my dog, man. I'm not even over there no more. I moved to New York, so I'm not even over there. My aunt's taking care of that dog now. But yeah, having the animals around you, man, it's cool. Yeah, this car is not that bad. It's all right. Let me see. I want to see what car you brought in. Oh, dang. Okay. What the hell is that? Oh, man. Can you drift in that? I want to see you drift in that. What is this?
So by Loki said my cat's not used to having other kittens around at all.
Also, it'll probably be aggressive too. Like normally, if you don't socialize, but your animal doesn't socialize with other animals, that's what tends to happen sometimes. Or it'll be afraid of the kitten. You never know. You'd have to like have a kitten next to your cat and see what it does. wild setup, man. Oh man. And you're actually drifting with it. That's what's funny too. That's just a crazy setup, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep it in third gear here. Or maybe let me go fifth gear. I see on the map you're like spinning out or something. Let me try to follow your car to see what speed you're using. I'm trying to match the speed of your car, man. You're like spinning out way too much. I don't know if it's just hard to keep that angle, maybe. I could probably go sixth gear with it. That's such a weird setup. I have done that too. I put like monster truck wheels on one of my cars, and all my friends came in one server, and we started just running over other people's cars with the monster truck settings we had on it.
So Loki said, I'll be right back. I just gotta change my car. Sorry for making you laugh so hard. Probably peed your pants.
It's all good, bro. It just caught me off guard the way you have the giant wheels in the back and raised so high with thin wheels in the front. It reminded me of a weird shopping cart. That's what that. It looked like a weird shopping cart, man. So at least this car could stay on one lane. It can do the job. It's just not set up right. I'm waiting for Sparky to join again so I could just change cars again. Change to another car. Scrappy, my bad, Scrappy. I said Sparky. It's Scrappy. I said Sparky. I don't know why I said Sparky. Oh, Soapy. I can't even read right today. So, I'm calling you all kinds of names but your name. Okay, he's back. Let me see which one you brought in. I gotta wait till it loads up. See what other craziness are you gonna bring now? Oh, okay. You're going with the Eclipse. All right. I don't know what it's called on this game. Let me switch my car up. What is that called on this game? I'm gonna find out right now. It's so crazy that the game companies actually have to pay for licensing just to use the real names on the car. So that's just nuts that carX didn't do that. What is it? Oh, solar. So it has a different name other than like a solar eclipse. So eclipse solar. All right, that's pretty funny though. Let's. I'm gonna switch to this car. I haven't used it in a while. I used it today, but I haven't used it in a while to just drift with it. I don't even know if I tuned the Eclipse, the car that you got right now. I tried it. It took me like 2 hours to try to get the design that the dude from the Fast Furious has, but I couldn't get it, so I gave up after like 3 hours. He has like a weird bird with a wave on it. I don't know. It looks crazy. Damn. Let me see what gear I have to be on just to follow you. Damn, bro. I'm glad this is in real life. Oh man. His car is going everywhere, bro. I was trying to follow your car. All right, but what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a break because I haven't made any lunch or anything like that. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time then, and hopefully we can get everybody in here and just drift. I'm gonna go check out Trevor's channels that he suggested and do that while I'm gonna cook something to eat and check that out. So I appreciate everybody that just stopped by and subscribed, especially thank you. And thanks to, you know, a PH for telling everybody to subscribe and hit the bell and everything, and for even subscribing with other accounts. Is crazy, man. I appreciate it. And I'm out for now, man. I'll be back on tomorrow, man.